And they're off. Breaking a little outwardly there was the favorite, Oh, Mrs. Maisel. For the lead goes Grace Reform. Now it's Equanimus. Equanimus is outside of Grace Reform. The three wide, Oh, Mrs. Maisel mix it up early. Back in fourth, a couple of lengths from the lead is Dolce Setta. And it's five more back to the trailing Lindsay. She's about 9 lengths from the lead. Oh, Mrs. Maisel sidles up right alongside Equanimus. These two alternate on the lead. Back in third, moving up is Dolce Setta. Then to the inside is Grace Reform and another half dozen to Lindsay. Opening quarter in a sensible 25 and 1. The favorites made the top. It's old Mrs. Maisel, a measured length. She has Dolce Setta to her outside, Equanimus to her inside. 2.5 lengths from the lead is Grace Reformed, who comes under a bit of a ride from Jackie Davis. Lindsay's about 8 lengths behind. Grace Reformed through a half and 50 flat. Field makes their way to the far turn, led by old Mrs. Maisel. Oh, Mrs. Maisel. Equanimus tries to move up along the inside. 3 wide, 4 wide. Here comes Grace Reformed with a big move to the lead. Took her a while to get going, but Grace Reformed not only got going, she just stormed to the front and quickly opened up a length and a half. Oh, Mrs. Maisel had no response for now. Dolce Setta trying to keep up. Then Equanimus, long way back to Lindsay. The field makes their way off the turn into the stretch with 3/4 and 114 and 2, and it's all Grace Reformed. Jackie goes to work, and she responds by opening up 4. Oh, Mrs. Maisel trying to fend off Dolce Setta and Equanimus for place money, but they're coming past the 16th pole, and it's all Grace Reformed. A beautiful move on the far turn. Jackie blew it open, and her and Grace Reformed won it by 5. Oh, Mrs. Maisel held second. Dolce Setta third. Back to 3-6, 11-20. 50-cent try, 3-6-4, $4 even. And the 10-cent super, 3-6-4-5, $1.30. Race 2 comes up next. They're in the gate. And they're off. There's Dare to Be Great. She shows first. In between horses, there goes PJ's Rider. Wine trails alongside. Maggie settles into fourth. She's 3.5 from the front. To her inside, a subtle giant, and the trailer is Quiet Horizon. Up front, PJ's Rider asserts herself and has a 2-length lead. It's PJ's Rider and Worry. They're in front 2.5 lengths. Long shot, Wine Trail chases. Along the inside, moving up now, there goes Subtle Giant. Between horses now, Maggie tries to move up. Back in fifth is Dare to Be Great, and the trailer is Quiet Horizon, 23 and won the opening quarter. PJ's Rider, Maggie appears on the scene, and Maggie starts to ratchet up the pressure on PJ's Rider. PJ's Rider's all out, but could not withstand the rally of Maggie. Maggie goes by through a 47 and 1/2. Maggie drifts on the turn, but her and Jackie are a length and a half to the good of PJ's Rider and begin to draw away. Dare to Be Great's trying to move into second along with Subtle Giant. They're coming to the 8th pole, and it's all Maggie. Maggie's built a 4-length lead. Dare to Be Great moves into second. Here comes Subtle Giant from the back. Looking for a piece is Quiet Horizon. No doubt about the winner. Jackie sweeps the early double. Then it was Dare to Be Great. $3.25 and the 10-cent super. 5-6-2-1. $2.52. Race 3 comes up next. It starts. Today's one. And they're off. They've broken a perfect line. Trivia under a drive. Honorable Lily. One of the Grays goes to the lead. It's Honorable Lily and Jeremiah Flores a half length. Trivia tracks outside in second. Between horses, there's Fidelia and the trailer, just 3.5 from the front, is She's Dancing. Honorable Lily loose on the lead. She's got a length and a half on Fidelia. The Grays are 1-2. Trivia's 3 wide, and She's Dancing, the new favorite, rides the rails just 2.5 from the leader. 23 and 2 in the easy opening quarter for Honorable Lily. Honorable Lily a length. Fidelia tracks. Trivia's under a drive in third. Jackie Davis looking for 3 in a row with She's Dancing, patient along the inside. Fields making their way to the top of the stretch, led by Honorable Lily. She's been there from the start. Here comes She's Dancing through a 47-second half mile. Off the turn and into the stretch. Honorable Lily looks like she has one challenge. It's coming from She's Dancing. But Honorable Lily just spurted away to a 3-length lead. She's Dancing comes down the center as they come to the 16th pole. Honorable Lily strides are shortening. Here comes She's Dancing. 16th pole. Honorable Lily on her hands and knees. Here comes She's Dancing to get her in the shadow of the wire. Jackie gets 3. It's official. $2 double, 5-1. $5.50. Conso double, 5-3. $2.20. $2 exacta, 1-4. $7.68. And they're off. Son of Darkness shows first and goes to the lead, challenged immediately by Big Bad Bud. Along the inside, there's Trap the Dream off the layoff, just a length and a half back in third. Then Winning drives fourth. He's 5 from the front. Ghost Giant trying to hustle along the inside with Jackie, and it's a long way back to the slow starting Burt. Son of Darkness leads him. A measured half length. Big Bad Bud trying to get up in there with Anthony Rodriguez. Just checked out of there off heels through a 23-2 opening quarter. Son of Darkness. Now he's surrounded. Far outside, Winning drive. Between Ghost Giant moved up. Big Bad Bud tries to regain his momentum. Then Trap the Dream. Still a long way back to Burt. Midway on the far turn. Winning drive to the throat latch of Son of Darkness. These two go at it in the offing. Ghost Giant swings 3 wide through a 47 2/2. And along the inside, Big Bad Bud trying to recover. Off the turn into the stretch. Son of Darkness trying to see it through. Big Bad Bud at the rail. Down the center's Winning drive. Running on late is Trap the Dream. Son of Darkness is almost home. Big Bad Bud to the inside. Outside Winning drive. Coming down to the line. Son of Darkness. Gate to wire. Resilient at $48.12. Race 5 comes up next. Kicks off today's late pick 4. No change. They're in the gate. And they're off. Unbridled Reign shows first. No one really anxious for the lead. There goes Maddie Surprise in between horses Magnificent Mags. So Maddie Surprise has a short lead over Magnificent Mags. Along the inside, Pal's Alley has some room, and John Berrios shoots her through. So they're 3 across the track. The favorite Unbridled Reign is 4th, just 3 lengths from the top. Moving inside of her is Cheyenne Mission, and the trailer is Automated Teller, 6 lengths from the lead. Pal's Alley made the top through a real easy opening quarter of 23-4. She has a length on Maddie Surprise, who tracks in second. 3 deeps, Magnificent Mags. Moving up in 4th is Cheyenne Mission, just inside and ahead of Unbridled Reign. 2.5, 3 more back to Automated Teller, who trails. Pal's Alley trying to give him the slip right now. Pal's Alley opens up a 2.5 length lead on Maddie Surprise. It's Pal's Alley and Maddie Surprise. They're 1-2. Through a half and 48 flat. Pal's Alley, Maddie Surprise, Magnificent Mags wanders to the inside. Down the center, Unbridled Reign still has a lot of work to do. Cheyenne Mission's at the rail. Pal's Alley's wandered to the middle of the track, but she's still there. Maddie Surprise, a final run at her. Inside Magnificent Mags. Pal's Alley trying to hold off. Maddie Surprise. Pal's Alley heads up, ride by John Berrios. He stole it. Pal's Alley. Then Maddie Surprise. Double 2-1, $712. $2 exact to 1-2, 89 even. 50-cent try, 1-2-4, $98.37. 10-cent super, 1-2. Little fractious, settle down. And they're off. First to show is Dosage and Mimosas. Attacking her immediately is Bad Connection, and Bad Connection gets to the top. Quickly opens up 2. The favorite Ouch That Hurts forced to track from second today. She's 2.5 lengths from the lead. Then outside, Dosage and Mimosas splitting Phillies' Tasty Wave. Down along the inside is Baby Fade. Then we go 3 lengths back to Tracy's Girl, and Central Capital is at the tail end of the field. Opening quarter went in 23-1 there midway on the far turn. Bad Connection. She has a 2-length lead. Ouch That Hurts comes under her drive. Up the inside is Baby Fade. 4 wide is Dosage and Mimosas, and between those is Tasty Wave. Off the turn and into the stretch. Bad Connection. There's a ton of room at the rail for Baby Fade, and on the outside, it's Ouch That Hurts. Ouch That Hurts just took the lead away from Bad Connection. Baby Fade tries to get her up the inside, but coming to the 16th pole, the favorite Ouch That Hurts draws away to a length and a half. Now a 2-length lead. Ouch That Hurts by 2. Then Baby Fade, Bad Connection, tight 4. 4th, $2 exact to 2-1, $10.20. 50-cent try, 2-1-3, $13.87, and the 10-cent super, 2-1-3-6, $10.82. And they're off. Last in, first out was Ruby's Mission. Now Star's Delight along the inside, vies for the lead. Along with the favorite, there's Honest Banker. So these two have a length and a half on Silent Invasion. Along the inside is Tumbles. 5th outside is Ruby's Mission. Then we come back to the 2 trailers, Jackson Avenue and Fancy Feline. Speed duel up front between Star's Delight and Honest Banker. They ripped through the opening quarter, quickest of the day, 22-3, and now Honest Banker gets the better of Stars Delight. It's Honest Banker. She quickly opened up a 3-length lead. Honest Banker takes them to the quarter pole with Silent Invasion giving chase, backpedaling. Stars Delight far outside Jackson Avenue. Coming to the top of the stretch, off the turn and into the stretch, through a half in 46 and 3. It's Honest Banker. Honest Banker's trying to hang in there for another eighth of a mile, and she's 4 in front. Honest Banker to the 16th pole. Silent Invasion giving futile chase. The favorite Honest Banker reports home a 2.5 length winner. Then it was Silent Invasion, Jackson Avenue, even. $2 exact at 3.5, 16.60. 50-cent try, 3.56, $12.10. 10-cent super, 3.5, 6.4, $7.27. Race 8. And they're off. New York Anthem shows first, who is outside. There's Max Foster. Along the rail is Almendro. Between horses is Sutton Breeze. Then we come back on the outside to Ginsu Warrior, and it's a long way back to Double Shot. He's probably 10 lengths from the lead. They're mixing it up front. New York Anthem, the favorites, found his way to the lead ahead of Almendro, who rides the rails in second. 3 deep is Max Foster between Sutton Breeze. Quick first quarter, 22 and 4. Back in fifth, just 3.5 from the front, is Ginsu Warrior. Double Shot's got plenty of pace to run at. He's going to have to make up 10 lengths, though, to win the finale. They're midway on the far turn, and they're led by New York Anthem. He lets it out a notch and opens up a 2-length lead. Almendro along the inside between horses. There's Sutton Breeze. From the back, Double Shots uncorking a rally. They went the half in 46 and 2. New York Anthem turns for home with a 3-length lead. New York Anthem to the 8th pole, 3 in front. Trying to run them down from second is Sutton Breeze. Late rally from Double Shot, but they're in deep stretch now, and it's all New York Anthem. The favorite's going to report home an easy 3.5 length winner. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm your track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile, as we wrap up Week 6 of the 2024 meet. Cloudy skies here in Farmington today, temperature in the mid-80s, a little breeze blowing. Track is fast as we kick off the 8-race card, no carryover in the Pick 6. Here are the changes for today's races. In the first, no changes as we kick off the early double and the 50-cent early pick 4. Race 2 starts the first pick 3 of the afternoon. There are no changes in the second. Race 3 starts the $1 pick 6. No carryover in the pick 6. And then race 3, you can scratch to 3, Glory Bound Clara. Race 3, scratch to 3, Glory Bound Clara. Race 4 kicks off the 50-cent pick 5. No changes in the 4th. Race 5 kicks off the 50-cent late pick 4. No changes in the 5th. Race number 6 kicks off the final pick 3 of the day. There are no changes. Late double starts in race 7. The scratches. Scratch to 5, number 1 Dylan, and the 6 Zircon. Race 7, scratch to 5 and 6. And there are no changes in today's finale, race number 8. Again, fast track to start the day. Mid-80s, cloudy skies, little breeze. Coming up next, my man Dave Mattice is riding a solo mission on the Wednesday edition of Takes from the Lakes. First post this afternoon is a special first post each and every Wednesday in June. We'll kick things off at 1:20.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice. I'm alone today. I've been doing it with Anthony Stabile, who I think he taped Monday Night Raw from the night before, but I was yelling a little too much. Maybe they had The Rock made a special appearance. He's a big Stone Cold guy. Anyways, going to be doing it alone today, but we got a good 8-race card for this Wednesday. Hoping the rain holds off. It is expected to be somewhat cloudy, possibility of showers. Of course, I never really trust the weather. I think the weather is kind of like a handicapper. They're about the same percentage, I think. Of course, when they say 40% chance of rain, it always rains. So I never understood that, because does that mean it's 60% chance it's not going to rain? I don't know, I'm just a handicapper. I have 40% chance of picking 5 winners, 75% chance of picking 4. Anyway, fast racetrack right now, and we got some good races, some competitive races. How about yesterday, though? The way it started, Jackie Davis started off the card on fire, taking the first 3 consecutive races, all 3 of them. For Jackie Davis, she's riding very well. Has been riding very well since she got to Finger Lakes, but 3 consecutive victories just to start off the card yesterday. Well, today we start off with an allowance race. First race is for fillies and mares, never won 2 condition, and it goes the distance of 6 furlongs. Man, this is probably the most competitive, at least one of the most competitive on the card. I mean, I like a few horses today. This one I didn't have a strong opinion on, because it really is trip dependent when it comes down to a few horses. And really what you look at, the last time a couple of them faced, talking about Grand Lady Indy and Love My Candy, they hooked up, and it really compromised both of them. And what ended up happening was they backed up, and it was a closer that got up to win. It was a big favorite, Dorothy Dreams, that won anyway. But, you know, Shelley ended up passing them too. And Shelley looked good. I mean, the horse had a good stride on her and everything, but she's kind of pace dependent. You know, funny thing is, all 3 of them really are bred pretty decently for an off track. I was kind of looking for a positive, negative out of that race. So maybe one of them liked the off track better than the other ones, but it seems like all 3 of them, both Great Lady Indy and Love My Candy, both have big Tomlinson numbers for the off track. And Shelley, well, she's won on an off track, so I can't really come up with any positive and negatives as far as how the track was that day. I didn't see any real strong bias going one way or the other. So it really was a case of pace. I mean, the two of them really hooked up. The reason I think Love My Candy's going to improve, that was the first, yeah, they both are his first race over the track, but Love My Candy I thought had the most room to improve. I mean, she came in here, just broke her maiden for 20,000. She had been facing a little bit better, some of the maidens that she faced in the past. And she went into that allowance race and was aggressive and got caught up in that duel. Now she's outside of Grand Lady Indy. It could come down to the break. I'm just hoping that the two of them don't go at it the way they did. I think Love My Candy could be faster if she outbreaks Grand Lady Indy. Maybe she could clear and get the lead today. And that's what I'm kind of hoping for with Love My Candy. Again, I can't really put a positive or negative to her last race. It was just a case of getting caught up in a speed duel. Shelley looked good. I mean, Shelley did look good with a big stride late, but she was no threat to the winner. She just passed these two horses because they softened each other up. Will she get that same kind of pace is the big question mark, because those seem like the two that would be the ones to go out there again. You can't always count on that though, because sometimes you learn a little bit. If one stable or the other says, yeah, I don't want to duel that other one, maybe we'll sit her off of that one today. So you can't always hope for that. But one thing you say is she does get an extra half furlong that if they do end up dueling, she'll probably win. Yes, but you can't count on that. Grand Lady Indy, she ran good. I mean, again, she hooked up with Love My Candy in that race. She probably should like the off track the most out of all of them. And she came in with a pretty strong fitness edge coming off the claim. Still a good effort. She's another one to consider, especially if they let her go to the lead. That would really help her chances. But I'm going to go with a 5-4-3 in a very competitive opener that, again, I think comes down to the trips. Okay, second race. This is a maiden race for fillies and mares. Goes a distance of 6 furlongs. Yeah, I just think it's not the, let's face it, this is not a really strong maiden special weight field. You know, Nurse Bunny only ran as a 2-year-old. I mean, most of them are 3-year-olds to begin with. There's only 2 4-year-olds and one's a firster. So the other 4-year-old, Joyful Departure, is actually, in a sense, coming up in class, but she really isn't. It's funny because the 11 and 9 maiden is later today, and I think Carl Grusmark might have made a good move going into the maiden special weight instead, because I think this race came up actually a little bit weaker. Well, we'll see. I mean, see how they run, but yeah, I would say the best room to improve would be a horse like Regenerator. Regenerator made a first few starts in New York as a 2-year-old, then tried maiden special weights here, and you know, Dorsoul Dancer. I mean, back then Dorsoul Dancer was a better horse, well, at least relative to the competition as a 2-year-old. And she was kind of the speed that race. And they went 47, and then that one came home pretty quick for our 2-year-old fillies in 112. So back then it was a pretty good race for Regenerator because she got caught chasing, and they did actually do a good time for the day for 2-year-olds. Her first start off of the bench was, again, like chase and fade, where she was wide chasing and fading. This is night and day easier than that maiden special weight that she ran in last time. I mean, this is almost like, as mentioned, might even be easier than the 11 to 9 later. So I'm going to go with Regenerator, improving off of that last race to win race number 2, because I just really don't like anybody else. I'm going to use Joyful Departure coming up in class, technically coming up in class, because her numbers are better, and she's a 4-year-old going basically against all 3-year-olds. I mean, all the 3-year-olds have not faced older horses, and except for Regenerator, because think about it, the other 2 are first-time starters, and that's the other 4-year-old is Central Front. Joyful Departure is the only 4-year-old in this race that's got racing experience, and I think that's going to come to her advantage, because a lot of these horses ran as 2-year-olds, ran now in 3. They haven't proven they can run against the older horses to boost their buyer numbers up that high to be able to. So Joyful Departure really just has to keep her form to hit the board in here. Now, it does say run, by the way, it's a little misleading. It does say we'll run with a hood on. There's no change to what this horse did last time. She ran with a hood on in her last start. We'll run with a hood on in this start, just so that doesn't confuse you with that. Now, was that the race? That was the race where there was a little bit of an inquiry, but this one just reacted to a tiring horse in that race. So I went with her second. The morning line favorite, I don't even know if I can say this right, Exotes, I'm sure I said that wrong. She did have her best race in her last start of the season. I mean, off of her previous races, you can't even use her in here because her numbers aren't good enough. But she saved her best for last of the 2-year-old campaign when she finished second to Sweet Brown Sugar. Well, what did Sweet Brown Sugar do? She came back and won a stakes race. She's a Stone Cold Fox Stakes. Granted, it was a minor stakes and she got loose in there, but she's a pretty nice horse. Talking about Sweet Brown Sugar. And to chase that one, to battle, and to still run second, really good effort for Exotes. I'm just not sold on her because that's the only real good effort that she's had as a 2-year-old, and now she's off the layoff. Could be any kind, well bred obviously, but again, could be any kind. And I'd like to see her go longer too. 4-6-2. Just can't take her as a favorite. Third race starts a $1 pick 6. We do scratch the 3. Glory's Bound Clara. Another race, they said, the vulnerability of these favorites, like the second race, you're taking Exotes as a 2-to-1 favorite, horse doesn't even run yet as a 3-year-old. And then you got a 2-to-1 shot in here, latest edition, who's never, not only hasn't run here, but has never run on a dirt surface. That's kind of big. I mean, unproven on the dirt. Not only that, she's making her first start of the year. Obviously, class and numbers edge on this field, but that class and all those numbers are on a different surface. Granted, she's not that strongly bred on the turf versus dirt, but it's also hard to take a short price on a horse that is in that situation, going turf to dirt, never been on dirt, first race of the year. I'm going to take a consistent horse, Mommy Joe Dreams. I mean, the horse does get second and third a lot, but she's also been second and third a lot against some pretty good maiden competition during her career and then allowance competition. She's kept up that consistency, always right there. And I think this is the kind of field that she can beat. It's one of those questionable fields. You got a horse off the maiden, the 1 horse. The 2 horse looks like the possible speed, but it looks like Heber Koa also got off to ride Dorsal Dancer. Not a good sign if you're backing that one, but she does look like a tactical edge. Latest edition, as I mentioned, you don't know what to expect from that one. And Dorsal Dancer, her last race wasn't that good, so I'm going to lean towards Mommy Joe Dreams, maybe a little bit of a price, second choice in the program. I'll use her on top. Dorsal Dancer, yeah, I kind of liked Necessary and Proper, just because I think she might be the speed, and it's not like Dorsal Dancer should be pressing her, but maybe they'll do a flip-flop and try to send Dorsal Dancer. I don't know, it's an interesting one because the other one's inside, and she seems like the main speed of the race, so that could be the key here. But Dorsal Dancer does have room to improve. Again, she's well-bred. She did win Breaker Maiden on the front end, and that was with Heber Koa. So not sure what the tactics are going to be, especially when the other speed inside her is from the same barn. So I'm not sure what they're doing here with Heber Koa going to Dorsal Dancer, who obviously is the better horse of the 2. But from a pace standpoint, interesting to see what the tactics will be in race number 3. Because of that, I used her second. Usually you got to go where the jockey goes because they usually know. If I'm going to get off this horse, I have a better chance to win with this horse. And that could be the key, and then maybe they're going to change what their tactics are going to be in that race. You've seen it 100 times. I mean, you don't choose one horse over the other unless you think that horse got the better chance to win. All right, 4th race, 5,000 claimer, going a distance of 6 furlongs. Tricky race, but I do like the 4 Kaz's Rose because I think she might be the speed in here. There isn't a lot of pace in this 5,000 race. Let's face it, Kelly Kipp's record is not in jeopardy in this race by a long shot. Lucky to get within a few seconds of her. Now, I think Kaz's Rose could be up, even if she doesn't get the lead. I think she could be out there with Journey of 5. I think she's fast. I think she could be faster than that one in Sweet Tooth Sue. I mean, let's face it, there is no true speed horse in this race. They might be all bunched up on the front end in 47. I mean, there was a race, I think it was a bottom level race yesterday. I mean, there was no speed. They went 48 to the half for 6 furlongs. 48. It's not like we're going the mile in an eighth or something. They went 48 for 6 furlongs. And man, it's a little bright today. But yeah, I don't think they're going to go that fast here. And if you watch Kaz's Rose last race, she's behind horses. She's in between horses. It didn't look comfortable the whole trip. And maybe bottled up a little bit as they hit the turn. And then kind of had to alter out as they're coming down the stretch. And the mischievous one was able to get a better trip up the inside and finish ahead of her. To me, I think the trips are going to be completely different in this race with a lack of pace in here. And I think Kaz's Rose could take advantage of that. Won't have to worry about being behind the horse bottled up a little if she's out there with the pace. So I think that's the difference here. I'm going to go with the 2 Midnight Express for second. Why not? She's always right there. She's coming off the layoff. Doesn't bother me because the John Buckley horses are running off the layoff. He had the one I liked yesterday, but that one got a rough trip. Ended up taking up early in the race and still didn't have room. Probably would have won with a clean trip. And his the day before he won with a horse that was off the layoff. That looked really, talk about tequila. That horse ran and looked really good winning. I'm going to think Midnight Express. It's got to be a player in here with their best effort. And they're firing the same numbers off of the break for John Buckley. So you would think her usual race puts her in the mix against these. And she's 4-1 morning line. Now I did use the 3 Journey of 5 for third off the last number. Now, if Kaz's Rose decides, hey, you know what, I'm going to not be so aggressive here, sit back, Sweet Tooth Sue decides not to be aggressive, Journey of 5 could be finding herself doing the same kind of trip last time. Now she didn't beat much, let's face it, but she took advantage of a situation like this one where they went extremely slow and she was with that pace and just was better than any of the horses that were up front, so gets first run and the other one's trying to come get her. But it was still a good effort off of the break for Journey of 5. They gave her a good number for the race. But I do think it's a little inflated because she took advantage of a good pace situation. But you know what? It could turn out to be very similar in here, depending on what the tactics are of some of the horses in here. And she's a good price. I mean, it's not a stretch to think that she could come back and win against this field, even though you don't usually like the horses going from the maiden 5 to the 2 lifetime 5. Let's face it, this 2 lifetime 5 isn't that hard. I'll do the 4-2-3 in race number 4. And that race starts the pick 5. We do start the pick 6 in the 3rd, so nothing changes as we do have the 8 race card today. 5th race at 11-9. Claimer goes the distance of 6 furlongs, and yeah, I think Isle Storm is just better than these horses. It's just, when it comes down to it, it's that simple. I mean, Holly Jazz, it's pretty even between Holly Jazz and Isle Storm if it's a route. And I would think Holly Jazz might even have the edge if we're talking about a route. Now, in a sprint, I just think Isle Storm's a lot better than these horses. Ran into Amazing Dottie. Amazing Dottie, not sure how that horse would have run off of the layoff, but that one kept her form and ran a big race. Isle Storm trying to do something that she doesn't normally do as well. She was trying to sit back and make a run. I don't know, maybe she didn't break that up that well, but I really didn't like. You really don't want to see that kind of tactics with a horse that likes to be involved early. I would expect her to be a lot more involved early in here because it doesn't seem to be a lot of pace in here. And to me, she looks like the horse to beat in this race. Obviously not going out on a limb with Isle Storm, but she looks awfully tough with a little more aggressive race being of the pace and would have the edge on Holiday Jazz. Now Holiday Jazz looks like the main threat, mainly because she ran a pretty big race for 5.5. That's not even her thing, 5.5 furlongs. But she was coming from New York, and she had some fitness. She has run against better. In a route, she would beat these horses, as mentioned. But at 6 furlongs, I think Isle Storm would have the edge on her. She did run good in the condition last time with a good second place finish. I think of the rest, I think a repeat of that performance puts her in the top 3. And I think the more distance, the better. So I think the 6 furlongs helps her as well. And what can you say about Sabrine? You got to use her second, and I'm picking her third. Well, it should probably be second, either behind probably behind Isle Storm. Maybe she could be Holiday Jazz for second. But it's really hard to like this horse on top, especially after watching the last race. Now, it was her first start off the layoff, but she ran her race and had no excuses. She got beat by Miss Pap, so I don't know. This is a lot tougher field than the field she comes out of, but she is making her second start, and she's running to her competition. She ran a good race, and she was expected to run a good race against those horses, but it was her first start off the break. You just would expect her to win against that field, because it is tougher today. Maybe the outside post having a little bit of a wide trip affected her as well, but I'm tired of making excuses for her. Just put her in the top. Just put her in the top 3. Maybe better underneath. Maybe that's a good underneath play. Take the other 2, mainly Isle Storm and Holiday Jazz, and put Sabrine in the try and super. Pretty easy wager there. I don't know if you'll make profit on that one though. 6th race, a 5,000 maiden claimer, going a distance of 6 furlongs. I like a little bit of a price in here, at least morning line. The horse is 5-1 morning line. I'm talking about Majestic Laura Ann. She's only made 4 starts, and I thought she was really compromised by the start last time, and that's big. When you're talking about horses that are pretty evenly matched in these 5,000 maiden claimers, and you lose a couple lengths at the beginning of the race and you're trying to make that up, that's the difference of the race, especially when she's basically facing the same type of horses today. The race isn't any tougher. I mean, you got Babby Dreams, who I don't know what to expect from her. She was here for special weights before, but her form hasn't been great. Jovio, she's making her second start. She was off slow, but not as bad as Majestic Laura Ann, got the worst of it. I'm not sold on Archivist as far as on the dirt. Jen's Kiss ran an improved effort. That might be the other one with Anthony Rodriguez, but again, I think she got the better of the trips than Majestic Laura Ann because she was able to get into the race with a better break. Majestic Laura Ann got the worst of it when she got off slowly. I mean, sometimes they get into that habit too. But I would think that she gets a better break today, and that puts her right there. And at 5-1, if I can get 5-1, that's a great price on her. Hoping that she breaks well, that is. If she doesn't break, you're going to have the same kind of situation. But if she breaks, Majestic Laura Ann can win race number 6. And that was her first time start for 5,000 as well. And again, she lost all chance there. Jen's Kiss, yeah, is she improved, or was it a case of just breaking well, a slow pace? She was right there with the pace and ended up almost winning the race. If she can repeat the performance, she's going to be right there. And Anthony Rodriguez has looked really good. He had 2 wins on Monday. He ended up getting a long shot winner for Ed Maver yesterday because of a DQ. Norris was a big price. Jen's Kiss, got to use him. And I did use Archivist for third. I did not. Here's another one I didn't like as the favorite in here. I'm against a few of the favorites today, by the way. Archivist is one of them. I know she's dropping. She's been running against much tougher. She ran third against the 11-9 maiden claimers, but that's at 4.5, and I mean, she got a 25 buyer. I mean, where she ran, a lot of these 5,000 maidens could have run with that number going 4.5 furlongs. So does that prove that she could beat these on the dirt? It still doesn't. In her special weight race, yeah, she broke badly, but she was never in it. With that said, she has faced tougher throughout her career, but it's hard for me to really be strong on her, knowing that she just simply hasn't proven herself on a dirt racetrack to win on a dirt racetrack. Now, again, she didn't run that badly against the 11-9 maidens running third, but again, the number wasn't that good and the time wasn't really that great. 357 for me in the 6th race. Okay, the 7th race is a good one. This will be considered our feature. Unfortunately, we lost Zircon. I thought Zircon really played in here at odds of 8-1. Oh, that horse could be 8-1. It is a good field. Maybe that's why. I mean, it's a strong field. Number 1, Dylan, leads the league in scratches already this year, and she's had 2 starts, so she's racing and scratching. At least she keeps entering. This good. Like I said, this is a really good race, and to be honest, I could probably narrow it down to the 2, 3, and 4, and that's how I kind of looked at it. Give me the money. He's not the horse that he used to be. Forward Motion can be pretty good, but he is coming up in class from what he just faced. Royal Suspect might need a race coming off the layoff. But you look at these horses, I mean, Flowing River just beat a really good one. It had a heavy favorite, by the way. Talk about Saratoga Banker. That one came back and looked really good in victory out of that race. So for Flowing River to upset that one, and it's not even a real upset. I mean, Flowing River is a pretty good horse. You look at last year's form, he's running very well in this condition. Now, the key to the race is dealing with the situation with Honor Among Men. And Honor Among Men might be the best horse in the race, but he's had 1 start since July. If he comes out running, he could win the race. So the other horse that really plays here because of what could happen between Flowing River and Honor Among Men is Pompous Prince. Can Pompous Prince maybe get more of a stalking trip and pass horses to win, kind of like he did going 5.5 furlongs in November? That could be the kind of trip he could have here, if you do get that little bit of a hookup. Now, maybe Pompous Prince can get a little help from his friend as well. I don't know if Forward Motion is still fast enough to get out there with Honor Among Men and Flowing River. I mean, Honor Among Men can be really quick if he's on his game, but he could maybe make sure that pace is a little quick too for Pompous Prince, who looks the stronger of the two from the Ferraro stable. Now, I was just impressed with Flowing River's last race. I know it's only 4.5 furlongs, and I know he got the jump on Saratoga Banker, but the fact that he beat Saratoga Banker, because I think Saratoga Banker, even though this is a classy field, would be awfully tough at here. So I'm going to lean towards Flowing River to come back and win here. Again, Pompous Prince, see how this track's playing too. We never really had a bias the last couple days. I didn't think. I was thinking, well, maybe speed's good, and then you see a horse close when they got the speed duel. Pompous Prince can beat these horses, but he's a little bit pace dependent if Flowing River gets pressed. So, and again, Forward Motion maybe helping him, maybe Honor Among Men comes out shooting, and Pompous Prince can close to get the win. I can see it, and he definitely plays. The big question mark here, and the wild card in the race, is Honor Among Men. He's the favorite in the race, but again, another favorite that's got some vulnerabilities. Yes, he's a really nice horse. He's got some strong times in the past, strong numbers in the past that are just simply better than these horses, better than a lot of horses on the grounds. Problem is, again, lack of activity for Honor Among Men. I mean, he has run well fresh before, but he's only had 1 start since July where he ran at Saratoga. And that was here, and he got beat by a pretty good field. Waralo certainly had a big year last year, so no shame getting beat by Waralo. I just can't take this horse as the favorite when you got Flowing River and Pompous Prince in the race. Some pretty strong horses, but he plays too, and I almost would suggest going 3 deep in here if he does come out firing off of the break. I know it's only a 6-horse field, but it looks like those are the 3 main players in the 7th. Although, you give an extra Forward Motion, maybe he can last a little bit out there trying to chase or press the other 2. Last race is an 11-9 maiden claimer, goes 6 furlongs, and Here's another one. I said the first race was probably the most competitive, even though it was a small field. You got a bigger field here. Very tough to dope out. I actually got a 15-1 in the top 3. I don't know if that horse is going to be 15-1. Maybe. I mean, it's only going off one start. Lady Lawrence was aggressive last time in the slop and hung in there for a while. It really set up for Lindsay, got the trip, and was able to go on by as they just went too quick and backed up to Lindsay, and Lindsay ended up getting the victory. Now, there was some bumping in that race, and the thing is, it wasn't Lady Lawrence, it wasn't the winner, it wasn't Joyful Departure. Soul Emperor Trees was the one that caused everything. It was a tiring horse on the front end that bothered everybody, including Lady Lawrence. Maybe Joyful Departure could have got the worst of it bouncing off of her as well, but the whole thing was caused by, that's why there was no action taken, even though I don't know why they looked at it for so long, but there was no action taken because Soul Emperor Trees caused everything. But it's interesting to see if you're going to get the same kind of pace scenario in this race. Again, Soul Emperor Trees is from the rail, Lady Lawrence from the 2-post, but what doesn't concern me is, maybe this horse is going to run better on a fast racetrack. That is, if we still have a fast racetrack by race number 8. If she's still just as aggressive right on the heels of Soul Emperor Trees. Maybe even get out there in front of Soul Emperor Trees, because it seemed like the horse broke her last time anyway. So I'm going to give an edge to Lady Lawrence. Don't love the horse at the price in a wide open field. The 8 is Amalata Lady. She takes a slight drop in class to this 11-9. Again, this 11-9 might be a little tougher than the special weight earlier. Turned out that way. Sometimes that happens. But her first start wasn't bad. She ran just off the board 4th. When I say off the board, when I say hit the board, I'm a little more old school, saying it's in the top 3. I know a lot of people say top 4 now because of the superfecta, but the board to me is the top 3. She went first time Lasix last time, tried the special weights again, and just was overmatched and didn't fire at all. So gets the slight drop to the 11-9, and it's a good drop to the 11-9 from that tough special weight. A Busted Stones horse, if she can run back to her maiden, her first start, she'll be right there. Yeah, 15-1 on the morning line is the 6th Weekend at Jimmy's. Very well bred. I mean, she's only had one career start. Did take a little bit of money, was acting up a little bit before the start. And here's a horse by Weekend Hideaway. The Dam, Haldane, is by Raffi's Majesty. I mean, that dam is a full, not a half, a full to 3 stakes winners. The Dam herself was stakes place in her career. I think it was here. So she's got every reason to be a runner. I know it's not the most positive sign, dropping 11-9 after one start, and that was against restricted 3-year-olds. She didn't fire. But you would think that there could be some improvement here in the second start, especially with that breeding. It doesn't have to be much against this field. It's hard to like anybody else. Soul Emperor Trees could be the inside speed, or at least be out there with Lady Lawrence. I don't know why she got bet so heavy last time. I couldn't believe the price on her last time. She has burned a little bit of money. Yeah, usually it's, we see these heavy favorites, it's been smart money. That wasn't smart money that day, but she ran okay. Again, she got tired and bothered a bunch of the horses as she was tired. Her number would have definitely got taken down if she did win the race, but she ended up finishing off the board. She has the rail. She can make the number in here, and she actually could improve off of that effort. I'm going to go the 2, 8, 6, and 1 in today's last race. A lot of excitement coming up. I mean, I know they canceled the Tyson fight, but we got other excitement. We got the Belmont Stakes this Saturday. I'll be here. You got the Belmont. We got all the action from Saratoga. I know Anthony will hate it when I say it's the Belmont at Saratoga meet the next 4 days. But we have all the action here. I mean, we have simulcast wagering right here at the racetrack where you can bet all this Saratoga action. They're running a 4-day mini meet, I guess you would call it, from Thursday to Sunday. And we're not running live, so you could come in and bet all of those races, including Saturday, when you got their big day, they will have the Belmont Stakes running at Saratoga, and it looks to be a pretty competitive field. I mean, they're all great cars. I don't want to market somebody else's racetrack. I want to market ours. We got some good betting today as well. Actually, a really nice card coming up in our next live day. That Monday coming up is a great card right here at Finger Lakes. So a lot of excitement coming up. Hope you enjoy it. Next live day, of course, will be Monday with that 115 per post.
The field for the Wednesday opener is out on the track. The one is Miami Twofer with Jackie Davis. The 2 is Our First Lady with Cabercoa. The 3 is Grand Lady Indy with Heman Harkey. The 4 is Shelley with Kevin Navarro. The 5 is Love My Candy with Luis Perez. And the 6 is She's a Bernardini with Emmanuel De Diego. Welcome to Wednesday here at Finger Lakes. Big A Anthony Stabile here. High atop the finish line for today's 8-race card. Kick off the early pick 4 and the early double in the opener. I thought there were a handful of vulnerable favorites on today's card. And I think this is the first of a few. I went to the 6, She's a Bernardini. First time Lasix for Jeremiah Englehart. Ran behind Bustin' Time, who ran right behind My Bronx Baby the week prior to her victory. This filly's run strictly at 5 furlongs in her 5-race career. And I just think with her pedigree, stretching out even from 5 to 6 is going to be extremely beneficial to her. She was favored into My Bronx Baby in her dirt debut. She's finished second or first in all 4 of her dirt races. And I just think with the extra furlong, with the chance of a little battle between Miami Twofer and Grand Lady Indy and Love My Candy, that she can get a good pace to run at today. First time Lasix, like I said, let's try She's a Bernardini at a square price. The 5, Love My Candy. Michael Anthony Ferraro, this is the second time he gets to run the daughter of Empire Maker. She got hooked up in a speed duel in the slot. Really hadn't shown an affinity for a wet track in the past. And she gets back to dry ground today. She's outside of the other 2 speeds. You know, she's probably the fastest in here. If anybody gets loose, I would imagine it's her. So let me have the one that's the fastest of the speed. I always want the speed of the speed. And that certainly looks like Love My Candy to me. Michael Anthony Ferraro still on a great run, winning at over 36%. And then we get to Shelley, who's your 6-5 favorite currently. And other than the extra 16th of a mile, I don't really know what it is to like about Shelley. Her race last time, I think, kind of corroborated the fact that she likes wet tracks. She broke a maiden on a wet track. Her lone dirt try before the maiden win was on an off-the-turf race at Saratoga. She ran really well last time, and quite frankly, her 2 races at Aqueduct in the spring weren't very good. And they were on fast track, so I think she's a little vulnerable on the fast ground, especially with a speedy Love My Candy to her outside, and She's a Bernardini who has a little blue sky in front of her. 6-5-4 for me in the opener. Don't forget free PPs over at fingerlakesgaming.com. Special 120 posts each and every Wednesday, and we'll remind you of this throughout the day. Get the Finger Lakes PPs courtesy of Equibase at fingerlakesgaming.com every day of the meet. On Mondays, and we have a sensational card lined up for Monday. Tuesday's really good as well. Each and every Monday in the month of June, DRF members get free DRF PPs. So you can go get those for Monday's card as well. That's each and every Monday in June. So head on over, drf.com on Mondays, fingerlakesgaming.com every day for free PPs to play along with us here at Finger Lakes. Early pick 4, early double kickoff here. Best of luck in the opener. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 1 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time for the Wednesday opener. Miami Twofer, the first to load. Jackie Davis, her rider won 3. The first 3, in fact, on yesterday's card. Our first lady goes in. Here's Grand Lady Indy. Tepid favorite Shelley goes up. Here's Love My Candy. And the last to load is She's a Bernardini. They're in the gate. And they're off in the opener. There's Love My Candy between horses. There's Grand Lady Indian at the rail. Miami Twofer. Those 3, a length and a half in front of She's a Bernardini, who settles into 4th. 2.5 lengths back in 5th. There's Shelley, and the trailer is Our First Lady, Love My Candy. Opens up a 2-length lead. Grand Lady Indian, hot pursuit second through a 23-second flat opening quarter along the rail. And third is Miami Twofer. 3 deep is She's a Bernardini. Trying to make her way between fillies is Shelley. And it's about 5 more back to Our First Lady as they make their way along the far turn. Love My Candy about to deal with Grand Lady Indy. 3 wide. She's a Bernardini's under a drive. Emmanuel De Diego asking her for a bit more as the field goes past the half in 46-3. Love My Candy still there. Grand Lady Indy with dead aim if she's good enough. These 2 have a length on Shelley, who's making up ground along the inside. Then She's a Bernardini. Grand Lady Indy struck the lead right at the 8th pole. She'll have to deal with Shelley along the inside and the resurgent Love My Candy. Shelley grabbed the lead at the 16th pole. Grand Lady Indy battles back, but Shelley with a nifty move up the rail to win by 3/4 of a length. Then it was Grand Lady Indy, Love My Candy, and She's a Bernardini in 113 flat. Number 4, Shelley was first. 3, Grand Lady Indy was second. 5, Love My Candy third. 6, She's a Bernardini finished 4th. Turning to the winner's circles, the number 4, Shelley. The 4-year-old daughter of Twirling Candy out of the Dr. Fongman Testarossa is a New York bred owned by Windy Lee Farm LLC, trained by Jonathan Buckley, winning rider Kevin Navarro, and it's official. $2 exact to 4-3, 11.80. 50-cent try, 4.35, 7.10. Dime Super, 4-3, 5-6, $2.27. Race 2's up next. The first pick 3 of the day kicks off in race number 2. There are no changes. Post time for race 2 is in just over 22 minutes.
All right, we're getting ready for race number 2 after Shelly takes the first. This is a maiden race for fillies and mares going 6 furlongs. Pretty competitive race here, as you see, is a lot of question marks. You got a couple first-time starters in here. You got a couple horses that did run as 2-year-olds without a lot of experience. A couple 4-year-olds. One of them, the only 4-year-old that's run is Joyful Departure, and she ran at the 11-9 level. The other 4-year-old's a firster, Central Front. Right now, the current favorite is the 5, John's Gem. That one scratched already, was entered and scratched on race day. Not the fastest of works, but she doesn't have to be much for the Niz and Torelli. Central Front, the other firster for Caitlin Gutterson. She'll be making her first start here. Doesn't really love any either of the firsters either. I lean towards the 4 Regenerator, hoping that one improves. She's not getting much for play for a horse out of the Chris Engelhart barn, but she's only had the 2 starts here. One is a 2-year-old. She chased after Dorsal Dancer. And then last time, first start out as a 3-year-old, ran into a much tougher group. Man, she didn't get played at all in that special weight at odds of 43-1. But that special weight versus this special weight is night and day, and I would not let this horse get away at 43-1 against these rivals. Just a slight edge in here. It's hard to really love anybody in race number 2. Again, mostly 3-year-olds fillies signed up for this race. These 6 horses, Joyful Departure, yes, surprised that she went in this spot instead of the 11-9, and how it turns out is probably just as easy as the 11-9, if not easier than the 11-9 later today. Now, she got caught up. She actually got bothered in the stretch. A few of them did by the horse that runs in the last. And there was an inquiry. Actually, the initial inquiry was on her, even though she didn't do anything. Soul Emperatrice was the one who caused everything, and she just reacted to that rival and bothered the other ones. Probably helped her cause, though, as she ran second ahead of Lady Lawrence, who runs later today. Now you can argue that this race isn't any tougher than that race where she finished second, because she's basically facing a bunch of 3-year-olds. And Joyful Departure, she's had a lot of experience, a lot of chances, but her numbers fit her very well in this spot. And she's currently at odds of 6-1, so she's a big price, despite being the fact that she could be competitive. Exoti's the boarding line favor is an interesting one. Her best race was her last race of the season, as she ran second to Sweet Brown Sugar, who came back to win the minor stakes race, the She's a Stone Cold Fox Stakes. Her other race is not that good, although she did have trouble in a couple of them. Tough to take her as a favorite, but at 4-1, maybe take a second look at her. Nurse Bunny is getting some play. She's at odds of 5-2. She only ran once, and that was as a 2-year-old. Didn't show much in that race. Did take a little money at odds of 6-1, but an outside post. She'll make her first start here as a 3-year-old filly. Not the strongest of breeding for this one, but another Bustin' Stones who've done well here. As good as any, as you could say, she does have the rail position, but she'll have to improve off of that first start as a 2-year-old, as a few of them do, as this was a pretty soft maiden special weight bunch. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in a very tricky race number 2.
The field for race 2 is on the track. The one is Nurse Bunny with Kevin Navarro looking to sweep the early double. The 2 is Exodes with Emmanuel De Diego. The 4 is Regenerator with John Davila Jr. Here's the 6, Joyful Departure with Joel Cruz. There's the 3, Central Front with John Berrios. And the 5, John Gem with Jose Baez, both 3 and 5 excused from the post parade. First pick 3 today starts here. Post time a little over 3 minutes away. I'm going to try Nurse Bunny. Raced once at the end of our meet here last year. Did not do much running, but she got bothered big time when the gates opened. Big 11-horse field. She was drawn in the 8 hole, so she was drawn mid-pack. She took some money at 6.5 to 1, and she just lost all chance at the start. Then wound up with a wide trip. It's almost like drawing a line through that race. For me, anyway. Paul Barrow's horses have been running exceptionally well off the bench. And in fact, I think with multiple starters, he's the highest percentage right now. Paul's winning at over 40%. He does a great job year in and year out. And I think he has this one, or at least I'm hoping he has this Daughter of Bustin' Stones ready off the break. She's your third choice at 4 to 1. I'm going to try Nurse Bunny. The 2, Exodes, comes off an October layoff. She was second behind Paul Barrow's Sweet Brown Sugar, who's now a multiple stakes winner. She finished behind My Bronx Baby in her debut. She's kept some good company. The fact of the matter is, though, the only race where she even did a little bit of running was last time. And that was in October. So we are now looking at almost 8 months away, 7.5 months away from the races. We'll see if she needs one. Unlike Paul, Ralph's runners usually need one off the bench. So we'll see if that's the case here. And then the 4, Regenerator, comes in off a 4th place finish. She had a race off a 6-month break. Dolce Veloce got the job done. She had finished second in her return to Finger Lakes after wintering down at the Big A. She's been a gigantic price in all of her starts, and now they're asking you to take 9 to 2 and might even be shorter of post time. I don't really love betting horses like that, but I understand why she's that price in this instance. There's a couple of firsters in here. Joyful Departures had a lot of chances, so I kind of get her taking a little bit of money in here. 1, 2, 4 for me as we kick off the first pick 3 of the day. Don't forget, this Saturday, the Belmont Stakes will be run at historic Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. We have all the action for you right here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Gates open at 10:30 for a 10:45 first post. 6:41 post time for the Belmont Stakes this year. You can bet on the entire Belmont card. Advanced wagering begins tomorrow. Doors open Saturday at 10:30 for a first post of 10:45 at Saratoga. And the Belmont Stakes goes at 6:41. So come on out to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack for this Saturday's Belmont Stakes at historic Saratoga Racecourse. Post time in a little over 2 minutes. Best of luck here in the second. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 2 is behind the gate, and it's post time. Six fillies going 6 furlongs. The returning Nurse Bunny goes in first. Here's the favorite, Exodes. It's a deer tick, for those of you keeping score at home. One of two firsters, Central Front, goes in. Here's Regenerator. The second firster, John's Gem. And the last to load is Joyful Departure. They're in the gate. And they're off. Off a bit slowly there were the firsters, both Central Front and John's Gem. Regenerator for the lead. There's Exodes to her inside. These two are joined by Nurse Bunny, and Nurse Bunny and Kevin Navarro now assert themselves and make the lead. It's Nurse Bunny ahead over Exodes. Gap of a length and a half to Regenerator. Recovering along the inside Central Front. 3 wide early on is Joyful Departure, and after a flat-footed break, it's 4 lengths back to the other firster, John's Gym. They went the opening quarter in a contentious 23-1. They make their way to the far turn. Exodes just put her head in front of a backpedaling Nurse Bunny, immediately challenged on the outside by Regenerator in a 3-wide move from Joyful Departure. Here comes Central Front from the back, still a long way back to John's Gem. They're off the turn and into the stretch through of 47 1/2. Exodes trying to see it through. Regenerator with dead aim. Joyful Departure joins the fray, and down the center here's Central Front with a full head of steam. A great flash. Central Front just stormed to the lead inside the 8 ball and quickly drew off to a 3-length lead. It's all Central Front and John Berrios well on their way to an exciting debut. They won it by 5. Then it was Joyful Departure, dead tight for third between Regenerator and Exodes in 113 flat. Number 3, Central Front was first. 6, Joyful Departure second. It's a Photo for third. Number 4, Regenerator was third. 2, Exodes was fourth. Returning to the winner's circle is the number 3, Central Front. 4-year-old daughter of Central Banker out of the Factor mare Gulf Front. The New York bred Central Front is owned by Victorious Racing, trained by Catlin Gutterson. Winning rider, John Berrios. $2 double, 4-3, 79 even. $2 exact to 3-6, $300, 50 cents. 50-cent try, 364, 185.50, and the 10-cent super, 3642, $90.25. Race 3 comes up next. It starts today's $1 pick 6. There's no carryover in the pick 6. Here are the changes for the remaining races. In the upcoming third race, scratch to 3, Glory Bound Clara. Race 3, scratch to 3. There are no changes in races 4, 5, or 6. A couple of scratches from race 7. Take out the 5, number 1, Dylan, and the 6, Zircon. Race 7, scratch to 5 and 6. And there are no changes in race 8. Post time for race 3. The start of the $1 pick 6 is in just over 20 minutes. Folks, don't forget to come out on Monday, June 17th, for our first handicapping contest of the year. $2,500 in prizes available, $1,000 cash to the winner. It's free for all you Lucky North members. The contest consists of Finger Lakes races 1 through 8. Registration begins at 11:30. That's Monday, June 17th, for our first handicapping contest of the season. And horsemen, don't forget, the annual HPPA dinner here at Finger Lakes is tomorrow night at 6 p.m. over at Lincoln Hills Farms. 6 p.m. tomorrow night as we honor our top horses from last season, 2023, and induct owner Wanda Policini into the Finger Lakes Hall of Fame. Purchase your tickets now down at the Finger Lakes HPPA office today. Once again, post time for race 3, just over 20 minutes away. It starts the $1 pick 6.
Getting ready for race number 3, and yeah, Caitlin Gutterson, congratulations to her. She gets the victory first out. John Barrios bringing in a couple big long shots over the last 2 days. At a Pals Ally yesterday and today. First time starter Central Front. All Button is your friend. But the other angle there, the 2 4-year-olds, the 2 older horses run 1-2 in race number 2 against all 3-year-olds. So there's an angle for you. Central Front, big price in race number 2. Looking like could still get a pretty decent pick, early pick 4. Third race, an allowance race. We scratched the 3, Glory Bound Clara. Look at the board right now. Some early money for Dorth Soul Dancer. Certainly plays 1 of 2 M. Anthony Ferraro trainees in here. You also got Mommy Joe Dreams. Consistent numbers on that one. I think the horse has been no worse than 4th in like the last 8 starts for Mommy Joe Dreams. Can't get much more consistent than that, and still only be in the 2 lifetime conditions. So she doesn't win an awful lot. She broke her maiden only by a neck. The 1 4th place finish, though, was in the slop. So would expect this horse to be in there somewhere in the top 3. Just a matter of can she get the right trip to win and beat this group. She's currently at odds of 4 to 1. Actually a good price. Mentioned Dorth Soul Dancer, a strong player here. She's got good early speed. Of course, so does her stablemate. It's interesting because the 2 speeds in here look to be the 2 stablemates, Necessary and Proper and Dorth Soul Dancer. So it'll be interesting to see what the tactics will be. You would expect Necessary and Proper to be the one to go to the front end in here, but we'll see. Dorth Soul Dancer could just kind of sit off of her stablemate. And she comes off a 3rd place finish last time, going 4.5, but ran into My Bronx Baby and Bustin' Time. The horses that were 1-2 obviously came back to win. She wasn't really competitive with those 2 anyway, but she finished right with the rest of the pack, so you really can't gauge that as far as a key race, mainly because of that. She's just running with the rest of the pack while the top 2 laid over the field. But she does come out of a good race, so you could draw a line through it because she wasn't going to be competitive in there. But she certainly can move forward from that race. It was her first start since coming back, and Kiber Koa aboard is a positive sign because he did ride Necessary and Proper that one's last start. So this was going to get some play, maybe a little over bet because they're looking at it as a key race when, in a sense, she wasn't competitive with the other 2. But she plays to be in the top 3 or 4 in here as well. Dorth Soul Dancer at odds of 8 to 5. Definitely usable. I used her second. The 4 horse is latest edition. She's a tricky read. I mean, she's got the numbers. She's got the class. She even ran once against the boys on the turf, but she's never proven herself on the dirt, and she's making her first start of 2024. Although it doesn't look like she's getting the kind of play that they were expecting her to when they made the 2 to 1 morning line favorite. But at 3 or 4 to 1, she's certainly worth a look in race number 3. We start the $1 pick 6 with this race. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 3 also available. Scratch the 3, Glory Bound Clara.
The field for race 3. The start of today's $1 pick 6 is on the track. The 1 is in permanence with Anthony Rodriguez. The 2 is necessary and proper with Luis Perez. Scratch the 3, Glory Bound Clara. The 4 is latest edition with Andre Worry. Here's the 5, Mami Joe Dreams with Kevin Navarro looking for a riding double. And the 6 is Dorth Soul Dancer with Caber Koa. Again, the $1 pick 6 starts here, no carryover. Field of 5, going to go 6 furlongs. One of my first best plays of the day was Dorth Soul Dancer. And I was mocked for it. And deservedly so. My Bronx Baby returned from the layoff and galloped. Bustin' Time was good. She came back to win a week later. And it was the first loser of the day for Michael Anthony Ferraro. And then he won the next 3. So people feasted on this. I love the fact that for a barn that runs these horses back rather quickly, he took his time with this filly. Now, some would say, well, maybe he needed to. I don't think so, because she's breezed twice since the race, and I think it was a matter of fitness with her last time. And now I think she's poised for a big effort. Look, I thought she was going to be a bigger price. I thought they were going to pound latest edition in here. They're betting in permanence off the win, and it's a wide open tote board. The only outlier is really necessary and proper, and she's only 7-1. So it's a wide open tote board. I'm going to try the 6 Dorth Soul Dancer again. I think there's enough speed with necessary and proper and Mami Joe Dreams in here. And she has some speed. She just wasn't keeping up with My Bronx Baby last time. Maybe Koa can work out the trip right off of the other 2 speeds in here. That's what I'm hoping anyway. I'll try Dorth Soul Dancer as the best play of the day. The 5 Mami Joe Dreams needed her return. She certainly ran like a horse. Filly that needed the return. She chased, tired, still held on for a good share. She should improve off of that for Jonathan Buckley, whose horses are all running. We saw Jonathan win the first with Shelley. And they're running first time out and even second off the layoff. He has great numbers second off of this kind of layoff, 21%. So this filly, who I think will be a little bit more forward as well, should improve. You have 4 5-2 shots now. You very rarely see that. And then the 4 latest edition. So I thought latest edition would be the favorite, coming in from Naira with the gaudy speed figures. And I was ready to put my my teacher's cap on and talk about why a filly like her is a bad favorite. Well, she just ticked down to 2-1. And if she goes off a considerable favorite, she's never run on the dirt. And I know she has a decent work tab. I've said this to Dave on Takes from the Lakes. I can get any horse on our backstretch here at Finger Lakes to go work a half mile in 48. It would just depend on how they would do it, whipping and driving or under a hammerlock. So, 7 starts dating back to May of 2022, and she's never tried the dirt. I know she's had some starts and stops in her career. She's also never crossed the wire first. And I know it was just a nose, but I hate betting horses like that. Hate it. So I went 6-5-4. Again, this starts the pick 6. Best of luck if you're playing. Don't forget, free PPs over at fingerlakesgaming.com, courtesy of Equibase, each and every racing day of the 2024 meet. Best of luck here in the 3rd. Post time's in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 3, the start of the pick 6, is at the gate, and it's post time. Impermanence, the first to load, followed by Necessary and Proper. Aqueduct Invader, latest edition, goes in. Here's Mommy Joe Dreams. Dorth Soul Dancer, the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Dorth Soul Dancer, the first to show. There's Mommy Joe Dreams in latest edition as well. They're joined by Necessary and Proper, and at the back is the trailer Impermanence. Now, Necessary and Proper mixing it up with latest edition. They're really going at it. A length back to Mommy Joe Dreams. 3 parts of a length to her outside is Dorth Soul Dancer. The trailer is Impermanence. She's 5 from the top. They rip through that opening quarter in 22-3. Field makes their way to the far turn, led by latest edition. Mommy Joe Dreams on the scene. Dorth Soul Dancer ready to roll 3 wide. Necessary and Proper is retreating. Impermanence just past her. Fields midway on the turn. Latest edition. Here comes Dorth Soul Dancer right at the attack. Dorth Soul Dancer to the neck of latest edition through a 46 1/2. Latest edition spins him into the stretch. A length to the good of Dorth Soul Dancer, who's trying to run her down here at Finger Lakes. It's still latest edition. Dorth Soul Dancer, another rally at her. Latest edition trying to hold on, coming to the 16th pole. Dorth Soul Dancer coming again. Latest edition, Dorth Soul Dancer. Latest edition, and Dorth Soul Dancer, latest edition, a length and a half. Then Dorth Soul Dancer, Mommy Joe Dreams, and Impermanence in 112-3. Number 4, latest edition, was first. 6, Dorth Soul Dancer second. 5, Mommy Joe Dreams third. 1, Impermanence was fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 4, latest edition. The 5-year-old daughter of Lord Nelson, out of the Street Sense mare, rare edition, is a New York bred. Owned by Duchess Views Farm, trained by Lord Thomas Morley, winning rider Andre Worry, and it's official. $2 double 3-4 94 even. $2 exacta 4-6 12 even. 50-cent try 4-6-5 $7. 10-cent super 4-6 5-1 $3 and a nickel. Race 4 comes up next. It starts today's pick 5. We only have one. No changes in the 4th. Post time for the 4th is in just over 22 minutes.
All right, 9 minutes to post for race number 4. We're going to start the pick 5 with this race. It's a never 1-2 claimer going 6 furlongs. You see some money on the board for Kaz's Rose, some money on the board for the Mischievous One. They actually come out of the same race, the 11-9 claimer, the 2 Lifetime. I thought Kaz's Rose ran the better of the race, even though she finished behind that rival. I thought the Mischievous One got the better of the trips. Kaz's Rose ended up behind horses, bottled up actually a little in between horses and behind the leaders, and then had to alter course in the stretch anyway. Now we'll drop to 5,000, and in a race that doesn't have a lot of pace in it, might be to the advantage of this horse as well. She could get involved early, and it should be a strong player in here, and she is at odds of 7-5. Another horse to consider would be the 2 Midnight Empress. She's a big price right now at odds of 10-1, but I would think is a top 3 threat. Her only bad race at the end of the last year was her last start where she ran in the slop. How about draw a line through that race? She's right there every time in the 2 Lifetime condition. Never missed the board. Well, these Buckley horses are running off the layoff usually, so she's a top 3 threat as well. The 3 horses Journey of 5. Yeah, another one to consider. Her number last race is very competitive with these. It was her first start off the layoff. She could have improved. She was in for the waiver when she broke her maiden. Again, there's not a lot of pace. She could have the same type of trip in this race and is a big threat. Although the only difference would be going to 6 furlongs. She really hasn't proven. She hasn't hit the board the 4 starts she's run 6 furlongs, but maybe she's an improved horse, as is shown from the last time. You know, it was a little softer field. Pick 5 starts with the 4th Exactatri Super and Daily Double, also available here.
The field for race 4 is on the track. It's the start of the pick 5. The 1 is the Mischievous One with Nazario Alvarado. The 3 is Journey of 5 with Heeman Harkey. The 4 is Kaz's Rose. Andre Worry looks for a riding double. The 5 is Sweet Tooth Sue with Rafael Rohina Jr. And the 6 is Rain Out with Carlos Camilo. And somewhere out there is the number 2, Midnight Empress. There she is. Kevin Navarro looks for his own riding double. A little over 4 minutes to post. We kick off the pick 5. I like the sequence today. I'm putting a ticket in today. I'll let you all know that right now. I'm hitting this thing today, too. I'm going to walk the week off the right way. I'm going to start it with 4s and 5s. Top pick is the number 5, Sweet Tooth Sue. Sweet Tooth Sue, easy for me to say, added Lasix off of a 6-month break and set the pace and almost held on there. It was her best race in a very, very, very long time, probably a year, maybe a little less, maybe a little more. But I love the fact that she showed her speed, and it was something she hadn't done for a while. And guess what? The 2 starts in her past that she showed speed, she broke her maiden by 5.5, and she finished 3rd to a better field than this. So Rohina has one job here, in my opinion, and that's to put this daughter hold me back on the lead. She's a square price at 7-2. I hope she takes some flag fall to that. So all the 4 Kaz's Rose adds blinkers. Now, I shouldn't say adds, puts blinkers back on. This horse's 2 races with blinkers were not very good. One was at Penn, one was at Aqueduct, and she didn't run 2 steps in either of those races. Quite frankly, I don't know how good she is, period. I know she's 8-5, and I know I want to bet against her. I'll use her protectively because I like some prices later on in the sequence, but I'm trying to beat Kaz's Rose today. The blinkers going back on don't make a lot of sense to me, but I just call them. I don't train them. For 3rd, the mischievous one from the rail. I wonder if she shows a little bit more speed today with Naz Alvarado, kind of under the gun a little bit. Because unless Journey of 5 goes, man, I think Sweet Tooth Sue, if ridden properly, can get in front of these and keep going. So she just took a nice punch down to 5-2 as well. So pretty wide open tote board. But the mischievous one makes some sense. She's going to have to get faster too. That's the thing about this race. It's a weird race because the truth of the matter is she doesn't have a ton of them, but Sweet Tooth Sue has the representative races, the most representative races to get the job done here, and yet she's the 3rd choice right now. 5-4-1 for me. Pick 5 starts here. You got a little over 4 minutes to post. Don't forget free PPs if you want to play along and not listen to me and Dave. Head over to fingerlakesgaming.com to download your free PPs for each and every live racing day of the 2024 season here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Best of luck in race 4. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. Last chance to play the pick five. The field for race 4, the start of the pick 5, is behind the gate, and it's post time. Set to load here. My namesake, the mischievous one, goes in. Midnight Empress up next. Here's Journey of 5. Slight favorite Kaz's Rose goes in. Sweet Tooth Sue's up next. Rain Out's the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. There's Rain Out on the far outside. Sweet Tooth Sue's there. Journey of 5 now between horses. There's Kaz's Rose. They're mixing it up early. We drop back to the inside. The mischievous one moved into 4th, just ahead of Midnight Empress. And the trailer, after a good break, is Rain Out. Up front, Kaz's Rose calls the shots. She is a length to the good of Sweet Tooth Sue. They have a couple of lengths to the outside. That's Journey of 5 through an opening quarter of 23-2. At the rails, the mischievous one. 2.5 lengths back to Midnight Empress and another half dozen to the trailer. Rain Out. They're midway on the far turn, led by Kaz's Rose. Kaz's Rose calls the shots here. 3 wide rally coming now from Journey of 5. Journey of 5 right to the throat latch of Kaz's Rose through a 47-2.5. Sweet Tooth Sue's backed up off the turn into the stretch. Journey of 5 just put her head in front of Kaz's Rose and starts to open up here. It's Journey of 5 by 2. Kaz's Rose tries to rally back, as to Sweet Tooth Sue down the center. Midnight Empress for a late piece. They're close to home. Midnight Empress. Here comes Midnight Empress. Here comes Sweet Tooth Sue. They swamped Journey of 5, and the winner is Sweet Tooth Sue. I don't know how, but she won it ahead over Midnight Empress and Journey of 5 in 114-1. Photo finish. Hold all tickets. Number 5, Sweet Tooth Sue was first. 2, Midnight Empress second. 3, Journey of 5 third. 4, Kaz's Rose finished fourth. Race 4 is official. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 5, Sweet Tooth Sue. 6-year-old mare is the daughter of Hold Me Back. Out of the Gold Fever mare, She's Got the Fever. The New York bred Sweet Tooth Sue is owned and trained by Joseph Marino, winning rider Rafael Rojino Jr. $2 double 4-5 45 even. $2 exact to 5-2 37.80. 50-cent try 5-2-3 $39.12. 10-cent super 5-2-3-4 $18.65. 50-cent pick 3 3-4-5 145 even. And the 50-cent pick 4 4-3 4-5 $359.75. From one pick 4 to the next. Late pick 5 time here in race number 5. No changes in the 5th or 6th races. If you turn to race 7, scratch to 5, number 1 Dylan, and the 6 Zircon. Race 7, scratch to 5 and 6. There are no changes in race 8. Post time for the 5th. Start of the late pick 4s in 22 minutes. Horsemen, don't forget, last chance to purchase your tickets for the annual Finger Lakes HBBA dinner. It's tomorrow night at 6 p.m. over at Lincoln Hill Farms as we honor our top horses of 2023 and induct owner Wanda Policini into the Finger Lakes Hall of Fame. Tickets are available for purchase at the Finger Lakes HBBA office today. Last chance to get your tickets for tomorrow night's gala over at Lincoln Hill Farms. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a claim out of race 4, the number 1, the mischievous one. It's a new owner trainer, Dwight Wadhams.
in the paddock for race number 5. Quite a race. Race number 4 was. I mean, I don't know how it looked like Journey of 5 was going to win the race. Then it looked like Midnight Empress might win the race, but it ended up being Sweet Tooth Sue who got the victory. Raf Rohina for Joe Marino. Man, that horse took a long time to get through the maiden condition. Now, I guess a much shorter time to get through the 2 lifetime. It's a matter of getting the trip and the field that you could possibly be. I don't know. 5th race, an 11-9 claimer for fillies and mares. Now there's a race that's a date or never won for condition. Tricky race here again in the 5th. That's the way today is. I thought Isle Storm looked tough in here. Isle Storm ran 2 straight seconds. It's actually on a 2nd streak. I guess that would be the only concern. Lose it twice to I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, but did lose to a pretty good one last time in Amazing Dottie. And to lose only a couple lengths to that one, chasing that 21, it's not a bad effort because Amazing Dottie ran really strong off of the layoff. And it was a question of when that class horse would run. I mean, that one was dropping in class despite coming off the layoff and did run her race. So Isle Storm 2nd, still a pretty good effort. She's going to be one of the players. She's odds of 2-1 right now. The 5 is Holiday Jazz, logical top 3 threat in here off a decent 2nd place finish at the level, going 5.5 for lunch. She's more of a router, but she ran well in that one. I mean, she wasn't as good as She's Arctic Queen. She's Arctic Queen actually overcame trouble to win that race, but she was better than the rest of them, and a repeat performance could put her in the number. The 3-horse Sabrine, what could you say about Sabrine? Tough to wager her in the win end, but real easy to use her when you're playing exactas and tries, that's for sure. 4 straight seconds for Sabrine. She's running to her competition. She may run a better race today, though, 2nd off the layoff, and one of these days she'll break through. She's got to get through this second-itis. Again, hard to dismiss her, though, if you're playing exotics. Sabrine at odds of 9-2. So there's a few of the players here in the 5th. 5th race starts, the late pick 4. Exacta Tri, Super, and Daily Double also available.
The field for race 5, the start of the late pick 4 is on the track. Here's the 1, Stimulus Check, with John Davila Jr. The 2 is Misty Gale. Stephen Frett rides. The 3 is Sabrine with Luis Perez. The 4 is Isle Storm. Nazario Alvarado's in the saddle. The 5 is Holiday Jazz with Emmanuel de Diego. The 6 is Sweet Invasion. Cabracoa rides. And the 7 is Mrs. Bell with Anthony Rodriguez. It's a field of 7. They're going to go 6 furlongs here. Start the late pick 4. I'm on a limb here. I have one of the longest shots on the board. The number 6, Sweet Invasion. Jim Aquilano ran for the nickel off the layoff because she was eligible for the waiver. And she ran behind War Tap. She beat True Destiny. I think it's a little bit of a good race. I think Isle Storm comes out of a good race as well, but one horse is 2-1, one horse is 12, 13-1, and that's what I kind of was looking for in here. I thought there was a chance this mare could improve for Jim Aquilano and Koa, and we would get a good price. And so far, everything's right. Now, there doesn't seem to be a lot of speed in here, which I believe is why Isle Storm's the favorite. But I think Stimulus Check from the rail has a license to show some speed. Even Holiday Jazz, who's coming out of route races, she was forward going 5.5 when she cut back last time. So I do think there's a chance to have a little pace in here, and I'm hoping Sweet Invasion can take advantage of that. Aquilano's barn's off to a good start. She's a big price. We'll try her. The 4 Isle Storm, if anybody gets loose in here, it'll likely be her. Andre Worry rode her in her first 2 starts back, and now Linda Dixon puts her main rider on. Zario Alvarado, 2 second-place finishes. She, too, comes out of a good race. Amazing. Dottie, Curl Talk is a little bit of a key race. Tougher than knees, at the very least. She'll be very short by the time post time comes. She can win, but we'll try Sweet Invasion. Then Holiday Jazz, she was good cutting back. She hadn't cut back to a sprint in a very long time. And while those races at Aqueduct going a mile or around 1 turn, she was well beaten in her last 3 starts at the Big A before shipping up here. She has a great record up here. She's 4 for 11 with 4 seconds. She can improve on that today at 7-2. She's a square price as well. 6, 4, 5. Late pick 4 starts here. Best of luck in the 5th at Finger Lakes. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 5 has reached the gate, and it's post time. Set to load in for the 5th. Stimulus check goes in, followed by big long shot, Misty Gale. Sabrine's next. The favorite Isle Storm heads in. Here's Holiday Jazz in the Gumster Stable, green and black. Isle Storm never went fully in. Now she's loaded. Holiday Jazz goes up. Sweet Invasion goes in. The last to load is Mrs. Bell. They're in the gate. And they're off. Away slowly there was Mrs. Bell. Up front, it's Isle Storm. Isle Storm right to the lead. Holiday Jazz to her outside second. Stimulus check now rushes up the inside to challenge Isle Storm on the front end. It leaves Holiday Jazz back in third. Between horses fourth, that's Sabrine. To her inside is Misty Gale. A length and a half back to Sweet Invasion, and after the flat-footed start, Mrs. Bell trails, but she's caught up to the field. 23-second flat opening quarter, Stimulus check to the inside of Isle Storm, putting a ton of pressure on the favorite. These two go to the far turn. 5 in front of Holiday Jazz, who's trying to make up some ground now in third. Misty Gale's under a ride in fourth. She's about to be passed by Sabrine. Mrs. Bell's out of last. Sweet Invasion trails. Isle Storm leads. She's tried to put away Stimulus Check through a 46 and one half. Isle Storm off the turn into the stretch. Holiday Jazz, her only challenger. Isle Storm, Holiday Jazz has dead aim here in Farmington. Almost home is Isle Storm, but taking big strides is Holiday Jazz. Isle Storm, here's Holiday Jazz at the 16th pole to take the lead and draw away under Emmanuel De Diego to win it by 3 on the line. It was Holiday Jazz over Isle Storm. Mrs. Bell in a photo for fourth in 112 flat. Number 5, Holiday Jazz was first. 4, Isle Storm second. It's a photo for third. Number 7, Mrs. Bell was third. 3, Sabrine finished fourth. Returning to the winner circles, the number 5, Holiday Jazz. 6-year-old mare is the daughter of First Samurai out of the Distorted Human mare, Alma Llanera. Holiday Jazz is a New York bred owned by Gumster Stable, LLC, trained by Ralph D'Alessandro, winning rider Emmanuel De Diego, and it's official. $2 double. The double nickel, 5.5, 39.80. $2 exact, a 5.4, 12.40. 50-cent try, 5.47, 19.75. 10-cent super, 5.4, 7.3, $12.25. And the 50-cent pick 3, 4.55, $32 and a quarter. Race 6 comes up next. Kicks off the final pick 3 of the day. There are no changes in race 6. Post time for race 6 is in just over 22 minutes. Folks, don't forget, Monday, June 17th, first handicapping contest of the season. $2,500 in cash and prizes up for grabs. Top 3 get cash. $1,000 to the winner. It's free for all you Lucky North members out there. Contest consists of Finger Lakes races 1 through 8. Registration begins at 11:30. It's free as long as you're a Lucky North member. Come on out Monday, June 17th for our handicapping contest. And speaking of Mondays in June, if you're a member of DRF.com, you can download your free Finger Lakes DRF PPs each and every Monday in the month of June over at DRF.com. Again, if you're a member, over at DRF.com, free Monday PPs throughout the month of June.
All right, about 10 minutes to post for race number 6. And yeah, what looked like a 2-horse race in the 5th. Well, the key to the race was Stimulus Check was very aggressive from the rail. Islestorm did not react to that situation very well and got softened up, and Holly Jazz in the perfect pounce position and was able to get the victory. At least she got, well, I'd say a little better price of the two, but they ended up being about the same price. Emmanuel Di Diego for trainer Ralph D'Alessandro. Really, it was a matter of which one would get the better of the trips between the two, and it turned out Holly Jazz got the advantage of getting Stimulus Check, a little bit of help from that inside position. All right, pick 3 starts in the 6th, and it's a 5,000 maiden claimer going 6 furlongs. This 4 fillies and mares, and hard to really love anybody in this race. And I think people try to figure out who to bet. I mean, a lot of people are playing the 5 Jen's Kiss off the last race, which probably looks better than what it is. It was a great ride by Anthony Rodriguez. The guy's been phenomenal lately. Was able to put the horse in the race, and they went slow, and that was the key. She was up close to a extremely slow pace for the day and ended up almost winning the race over Miami Twofer. Well, one of the things that I looked at was in the replay, watching Majestic Laura Ann. I mean, she was off poorly and never really in the race. So she finished behind that rival. She didn't really run a bad race. She just cost herself at the beginning. Well, got to go 6 furlongs today. She's still got to break better if she's going to win this one, although he gets a couple new shooters in the condition as well. As far as this one's at odds of 6-1, big price on Majestic Laura Ann. The 7 Archivist, really tricky read. She's a big price right now, and numbers wise, it's really not that good on the dirt. But she's never seen this level drop into 5,000 today, and maybe that could be the key. I mean, she did break poorly last time, but overmatched against the special weights. Ran 3rd against the 11 and 9s on the dirt. It wasn't a very fast time or a good race, but Archivist fits pretty well here, going this distance at this level. The biggest problem here is pace too. I wouldn't expect a very fast pace early for this 6 furlong race, but tricky race here for the 6. This starts the late pick 3. Exacta Super and Daily Double offered here.
The field for race 6 is on the track. The 1 is Bobby Dreams with Kevin Navarro. The 2 is Jovio with Heeman Harkey. Here's the 3, Majestic Laura Ann with Luis Perez. The 4 is Nicolina P. and Jackie Davis. The 5 is Jen's Kiss and Anthony Rodriguez. The 6 is Saratoga Smoke Show. Stephen Fret rides. And the 7 is Archivist as Emmanuel De Diego looks for a natural double. 3 minutes to post. We kick off the final pick 3 of the day. The number 5, Jen's Kiss, is where I land here. Shipped up to Finger Lakes at the beginning of the meet. Finished 4th for 11,000 and a couple of tries for a nickel. Just missed by a head last time to Miami Twofer. And I wouldn't take anybody in here at 8-5. But if somebody in here needed to be 8-5, it should be her. With that said, I don't trust her. She's supposed to get the job done, but I don't trust her. I thought there were a couple of interesting alternatives. The 2, Jovio, exits the same race as Jen's Kiss. Little trouble at the start. Little trouble on the far turn. And was a little forward when the gate opened. So maybe that helps the experience. I'll tell you what, she got enough experience in that debut for 2 or 3 races. And we'll see if she could build on that. And maybe if she breaks, she can just keep going today. She's a hell of a price at 9-1. I can tell you that. The other horse that I thought was a little interesting was Nicolina P. When I look at a race like this and I have a hard time, I want anything new. And she gets Lasix for the first time. She also gets to dirt sprint on a fast track for the first time since her debut. And I'm always very forgiving of debuts. You better chance at you impressing me on your debut than disappointing me. So I don't hold bad debuts against horses. She took a little money that day too. She was 12-1. And after that, it was a couple of routes, a 1-turn mile at the Big A. Caught a sloppy seal track here when she came back from the December layoff. Now she gets Lasix and she gets a dry track and she drops to the bottom and Jackie Davis stays. And I think there's a lot to like here. I thought she'd be a little higher though. She took a ton of money at 9-2. I went 5-2-4. Going to try and get one of the bigger prices that I like, Jovio or Nicolina P, into the exacta under the 5 Jen's Kiss. Best of luck here in the 6th. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 6 is behind the gate, and it's post time. Kick off the final pick 3 of the day in race 6. First to load is Baby Dreams. Jovio goes in next. Next up is Majestic Laura Ann. Nicolina P goes in. Lukewarm favorite Jen's Kiss loads. The gray Saratoga Smoke Show goes in. And the last to load is Archivist. They're in the gate. And they're off. From the outside, Archivist quickly shows first. Now Jen's Kiss asserts herself and goes to the lead. Jovio along the inside challenges as well, and Jovio gets a head advantage on Jen's Kiss. Archivist stacked 3 deep in third. Moving up between horses is Majestic Laura Ann to fourth. Along the rail, that's Baby Dreams. Then we come back to Nicolina P and the trailer, Saratoga Smoke Show, but she's just 4 lengths from the lead. They're bunched here through a 23-3 opening quarter. Jen's Kiss leads the way, making room between horses. There's Majestic Laura Ann. She just took the rail away from Jovio, who backpedals. Archivist is third. Then we come back to Nicolina P. Bobby Dreams. Saratoga Smoke Show can see them all. Majestic Laura Ann just put a head in front of Jen's Kiss, who battles right back. It's Majestic Laura Ann, Jen's Kiss from the back. Baby Dreams tries to get involved late, 46-3 for the half. Off the turn into the stretch. Majestic Laura Ann, Jen's Kiss trying to stay with that one. Then we come back to Baby Dreams and Jovio. They pass the 8th pole. Here's Majestic Laura Ann trying to hold off Jen's Kiss, who takes another run. Majestic Laura Ann, Jen's Kiss. Majestic Laura Ann, Jen's Kiss can't get her. Majestic Laura Ann, 3 parts of a length. Then Jen's Kiss, Baby Dreams tight for 4th in 114-1. Number 3, Majestic Laura Ann was first. 5, Jen's Kiss second. 1, Baby Dreams third. It's a photo for fourth. Two, Jovio finished fourth. Returning to the winner's circle is the number 3, Majestic Laura Ann. 3-year-old daughter of Majestic City. Of the Disco Rico mare, Laura Can Disco is a New York bred owned by Sandy Goldfarb, trained by Jim Aquilano, winning rider Luis Perez, and it's official. $2 double 5-3, 38 even. $2 exacta 3-5, 31.20. 50-cent try 3-5-1, $14.12, and the 10-cent super 3-5-1-2, $12.35. Race 7 comes up next. Kicks off today's late double. In race 7, scratch to 5, number 1 Dylan, and the 6 Zircon. Race 7, scratch to 5 and 6. There are no changes in race 8. Post time for the 7th is in just over 19 minutes.
All right, I'm in the post for the 7th race and Majestic Laura, and a little better start today. And it was a start that really did this horse in last time. She was never in it today. Louis Perez got her into the race, had a nice little move to the inside, and was able to beat out Jen's Kiss for the victory. Louis Perez for trainer Jim Aquilano. Good price on that one at odds of 9-2. 7th race. It's a starter allowance with that optional claiming price of 10,000. It goes the distance of 5.5 furlongs. We are left with 6 betting interests, but a good field of 6 horses, namely the three main entrants here: Flowing River, Honor Among Men, and Pompous Prince. Seem to lay over the field as far as class. You got Flowing River, who just beat Saratoga Banker. Now, Saratoga Banker came back and won convincingly. Very impressive in that race. Granted, it was 4.5 furlongs that Flowing River got the better of him, but he was off since January. So that was a big effort by Flowing River, just getting in front of that one and holding on. Now, different pace scenario today with the presence of Honor Among Men, because that one was the only one way of going. But Flowing River, if he can handle that situation, he figures to be awfully tough in here. He's at odds of 5-2. He's actually the highest price right now of the 3 main contenders. Pompous Prince is, he's the favorite. And if you're thinking that the 2 hook up and it backs up, Pompous Prince might get that perfect stalking trip. He's not really a closer. He's actually a horse with tactical speed. But you notice the last 2 races that he's won, he's kind of sat just off the pace and made that move. He's looking for 3 in a row, and he's been winning at those shorter distances. But he might be able to sit the trip here behind Flowing River and Honor Among Men, although Honor Among Men is probably going to be the one to get the lead in here. See if Flowing River will try to keep up in second, maybe gets first run on Pompous Prince. But he does look like he could be in a good situation. The question is he good enough to beat Flowing River and Honor Among Men? And Honor Among Men, there's questions around this horse. Yes, he's run some very fast times. Yes, he's a really nice horse. Problem is the lack of activity. Here's a horse that was off since July when he last raced at Saratoga, came back here in September and didn't win as a beaten favorite. So now he gets on the shelf again. So he's only had the 1 start since July of last year. So only 1 start in, 11 months. Can he run his best race? If he does, he can beat these. And he is getting a lot of support right now at odds of 2-1. Those are the 3 main contenders, I thought, for race number 7. We start a late double. Exactatry and Super also available. Scratch the 5 and 6.
The field for race 7's out on the track. The 1 is Gimme the Money with Emmanuel De Diego. The 2 is Flowing River with Jeremiah Flores. The 3 is Honor Among Men. John Davila Jr. rides. The 4 is Pompous Prince with K. Barcoa. Scratch the 5, number 1 Dylan, and the 6 Zircon. The 7 is Forward Motion with Luis Perez. And the 8 Royal Suspect, Joel Cruz rides. That's your field of 6. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs here. I went to the number 4, Pompous Prince, to go back-to-back, 3 in a row, actually, dating back to last November. Michael Anthony Ferraro and K. Barcoa, leading rider. Sort of stalked and pounced nicely. He was a little further back than stalked. Stalked's the wrong, I give the wrong impression when I say stalked. He was in mid-pack and he just flew home around the speed duel opening day. I would imagine it's a similar trip in here. You got Gimme the Money along the inside, Flowing River, Honor Among Men. There's some gas in here, man. Forward Motion has some speed. Even Royal Suspect has route speed. So yeah, I would imagine he gets a dream setup in here and just comes mowing them down late. The 3 Honor Among Men, he had a July of 22 to June layoff, and he come back in real good form. 2 nice efforts here at Finger Lakes. They were victories. He went to Saratoga and just got beat a half length on the turf. It's a nice horse and disarmed. Came back here on the dirt and got run down by Warlow and the Institute, and then he went back to the bench. So obviously it's been hard for Chris Englehart to keep this horse on the track, but when he's on the track, he is good. 4 for 7 here at Finger Lakes with a 2nd and a 3rd. Got to give him a little due here. And then Flowing River returned from the layoff. He found himself on the lead. He alternated on the lead throughout and just kept on going. He refused to lose. Saratoga Banger came back to win. Persistent Danger came back to win. Another one. You talk about consistency at the Lakes. 4 for 6 with 2/3. Paul Barrow. This horse has had a remarkable career. As long as there's no moisture in the track, look out for Flowing River. I don't see how from the 2-hole. He's in one of the worst spots because Gimme the Money returns from the layoff along the rail. He's under the gun. He's got Honor Among Men coming back off the layoff. He's under the gun. So he's kind of finds himself either shuffled back out of the speed duel or right between them and battling for the lead with 2 faster horses than him. I don't know. It's an interesting dynamic in here. See how fast they go early. I think it says up for Pompous Prince. 4-3-2 for me here in race 7. Less than a minute to post. The horses are heading to the starting gate. The field for race 7 is at the gate, and it's post time. Give me the money. First to load in. Flowing River goes up next. Honor Among Men goes in. Pompous Prince is next. The Big Gray Forward Motion loads in. And the last one in is Royal Suspect. They're in the gate. And they're off. Breaking a little awkwardly there was Gimme the Money from his rail position. In the meantime, Honor Among Men right to the lead. He got loose in here. Honor Among Men has a 2-length lead. Forward Motion moves up into second, followed by Flowing Rivers along the inside in third. 3 lengths back to Pompous Prince. He's fourth. Gap of 3 more to Gimme the Money, and the trailer is Royal Suspect. Honor Among Men blazes the way out to the far turn, 22-1. Honor Among Men and John Davila Jr. set a hot pace in here. Forward Motion is in pursuit second. Then Flowing River, Pompous Prince, Koa trying to motivate him. He's got a half a dozen to make up as the field makes their way to the top of the stretch, led by Honor Among Men. It's Honor Among Men. The Big Gray Forward Motion sidles up alongside through a 45 and 4 half mile. Up the inside comes Flowing River. Down the center's Pompous Prince. Pompous Prince with a full head of steam at the leaders, and here comes Pompous Prince to blow on by. It's Pompous Prince. He's drawing away here. Battles for second between Forward Motion and Flowing River. It was all Pompous Prince. Tight for second, maybe Forward Motion over Flowing River, and 105 flat. Number 4, Pompous Prince was first. It's a photo for second. Number 2, Flowing River second. 7, Forward Motion third. 8, Royal Suspect fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 4, Pompous Prince. 4-year-old geldings is on a Palace out of the Pomeroy mare Pompous Lady. The New York-bred Pompous Prince is owned by Dam Sire's Dream Racing Stables, trained by Michael Anthony Ferraro, winning rider K-Bar Koa, and it's official. $2 double 3-4 32.40. $2 exact to 4-2 10.80. 50-cent try 427 $7.55. Dime super 4-2 7-8 $4.50. Race 8 comes up next. The finale offers win-play show exacta try and superfecta wagering. No changes in Race 8. Post time is in just over 20 minutes. Folks, we have about 13 minutes to post for the finale. Just a reminder, actually, something me announced for the first time. Pick 6 carryover into Monday's card. Pick 6 carryover, well, you know what it is after the finale is over, but there's a Pick 6 carryover into the Monday card. Monday card is fantastic. PP's available at fingerlakesgaming.com tomorrow night sometime after 6:30 or 7 o'clock. Thursday PP's available. Monday PP's available Thursday night sometime after 6:30. Go to fingerlakesgaming.com. On Monday, if you are a DRF member, you can download your Monday DRF PPs for free each and every Monday in June. Head over, if you're a DRF member, go over to drf.com, download your free Monday PPs for June 10th, the 17th, and the 24th, the entire month of June, Mondays in June, over at drf.com. But we will have a carryover into Monday's Pick 6.
Get ready to conclude this racing card and the racing week with race number 8. And Pompous Prince getting enough of a pace and getting a nice enough trip when Honor Among Men, who probably needed a race, came back to him. He was able to close and get the win. Keeper Koa for M. Anthony Ferraro almost swept the exacta, but Flowing River able to hold on to be second, try to sneak up the inside. But a good feature race in race number 7. Just a reminder, we have simulcast wagering of the Saratoga, we should say Belmont at Saratoga short meet coming up. The next 4 days they will be running at Saratoga. Well, you can come here for simulcast wagering and bet on all the action here at Finger Lakes, including Saturday. We will have the Belmont Stakes, the whole Saratoga card, including the third jewel of the Triple Crown. Then our next live day, of course, will be Monday with the 1:15 first post. Look at the last. It's an 11-9 maiden claimer going 6 furlongs, and pretty wide open group to finish out the day. Looking at the 2, Lady Lawrence. Lady Lawrence ran on a sloppy racetrack last time. Kind of an aggressive ride was out there. They didn't go that fast necessarily, but he did hang around. It was Lindsay who kind of took advantage of the pace and rolled on by both this one and Joyful Departure. Now, Joyful Departure ran in the special weight earlier today and did run second. Of course, that special weight may have been easier than this 11 to 9 that ran earlier today. But Lady Lawrence, logical horse, as she does have that tactical speed from the two posts. Other horses to consider. How about the 8? I'm a lot a lady at odds of 9 to 1 right now. Started off her career against maiden special weights. That was restricted for 3s. Then went first time Lasix and just didn't fire at all against a pretty tough group. And now we'll get a slight drop in class going down to the 11 to 9. Certainly numbers wise, she fits very nicely in this spot, and she's at odds of 8 to 1, making her third career start. My long shot in here, and it's not as big a price right now at odds of 7 to 1, is the 6, Weekend at Jimmy's. Only made one career start. Obviously, she wants to go long, but very well bred. She's by Weekend Hideaway. The dam is a full to 3 stakes winners. She did take a little bit of money in her debut against special weights. Just didn't fire at all. She did have a little trouble before that race. So she's one that could wake up with a slight drop to a tag. And as I say slight drop, it's actually kind of a big drop considering the competition she was in against. But Weekend at Jimmy, looking for a wake-up call to put her in the number at a big price. She's at odds of 7 to 1. Wide open group to finish out this Wednesday card. Exacta Try is super offered in the last race.
The field for race 8 is coming out onto the track. The 1 is Sol Imperatriz with Michael Davila Jr. The 2 is Lady Lawrence with Cabracoa, looking to sweep the late double. The 3 is Maggie Song with Rafael Rohina Jr. The 4 is Dr. G and Alley with Andre Wari. The 6 is Weekend at Jimmy's with Kevin Navarro. The 7 is April 1st and Jackie Davis. The 8's I'm a Lotta Lady and Carlos Camillo. And there's the 5, Toast of Success with John Davila Jr. A little over 3 minutes to post for today's finale. Don't forget, Pick 6 carryover Monday, regardless of the winner of the last. Get your PPs over at fingerlakesgaming.com starting tomorrow night at 6:30. For you DRF members, you'll be able to download your free Monday PPs each and every Monday in the month of June for Finger Lakes at drf.com. So get cracking. I took the chalk, Lady Lawrence. Since shipping up here from Aqueduct, she's just missed. Got beat a half length and 3 lengths. She dueled in the slop last time. She ran really well last time. She got tired late. She had every right to. Back to fast ground. I know Sol Imperatrice has some speed to her inside, but I think Lady Lawrence is faster. So we'll see if Koa just gets aggressive and blasts off here. That's what I like to see. I think it could be a two-speed number. Sol Imperatrice actually got in front of Lindsay last time. I think Koa learned his lesson, though. Mikey Davila tried to steal it on the front end. They dueled. She tired considerably more than Lady Lawrence did. I think they can come back and run 1-2 in here. And then the interesting one I thought was the 8. I'm a lot of Lady. Ran into a Naira Invader and Find Your Joy first time out. She ran well first time out at 23 to 1. Public disregarded her last time, and she didn't run too well last time. But she was in post 9. They went a quick half mile that day. She was first time Lasix. Now she drops in for 11,000. That was a decent field last time, and she's facing considerably easier fillies and mares today. She's a big price at 8 to 1. She should not be that price. 2-1-8 in the finale. Best of luck here in race number 8. Thanks for joining us all week. We'll talk to you on Monday. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 8 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Set to load for the finale. I'm going to go in a bit out of order here. Weekend at Jimmy's going to go in first, the number 6. She settles in. Soul Imperatrice goes in at the rail. Here's the favorite, Lady Lawrence. Maggie Song goes in. Here's Dr. G and Allie. Toast to Success is next. Weekend at Jimmy's is already in there. April 1st moves into line. And the last to load is I'm a Lot of Lady. They're in the gate. And they're off from the outside. I'm a Lady shows first between. There's Dr. Alley and Gian at the rail. Soul Imperatrice. Oh, taking a couple of tough steps there and forced to check was the favorite, Lady Lawrence. Lady Lawrence is back in 5th as Maggie Song moves to her inside. Then we have Weekend at Jimmy's. She's surrounded by Toast of Success and April 1st. Up front, Soul Imperatrice and Michael DeVilla Jr. have a 4-length lead. They ripped through the opening quarter in 22-3. It's Soul Imperatrice, Dr. G and Alley. Up the inside comes Maggie Song to the outside. Lady Lawrence is recovered, but she has about 9 lengths to make up. They're midway on the turn. Soul Imperatrice is all by herself. She's built a 6-length lead. Soul Imperatrice comes to the quarter pole in 47 flat, and she has a 5-length lead from the back. I'm a Lot of Lady is mowing them down. She just moved into 2nd. Soul Imperatrice is on her hands and knees. She has Maggie Song to the inside, and I'm a Lot of Lady bearing down at her from the outside along with Dr. G and Alley. Soul Imperatrice. Here's Dr. G and Alley. Between horses, I'm a Lot of Lady. Dr. G and Alley. I'm a Lot of Lady. Dr. G and Alley prevails by a neck. Then I'm a Lot of Lady, Soul Imperatrice, Lady Lawrence for 4th and 115-2. Photo finish. Hold all tickets. Ladies and gentlemen, photo for win. Also note there's a steward's inquiry into the start of race 8. Steward's inquiry into the start of race 8. Please hold all tickets. Order of finish 4, Dr. G and Alley first. 8, I'm a Lot of Lady second. 1, Soul Imperatrice third. 2, Lady Lawrence fourth. In addition to the steward's inquiry, we have a jockey's objection. The rider of the number 2, Lady Lawrence, is alleging interference against the rider of the 1, Soul Imperatrice, at the start. Please hold all tickets. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a disqualification from third here for interference coming out of the starting gate. The number 1, Soul Imperatrice, has been disqualified from third and placed fourth. New order of finish in race 8, 4-8-2-1. Again, due to interference out of the starting gate, the number 1, Soul Imperatrice, has been disqualified from third and placed fourth behind the number 2, Lady Lawrence. New order of finish, 4-8-2-1. If you'll turn to your television monitors now, we'll give you a review of the disqualification. This is shortly after the start of race number 8. You can see the number 1, Soul Imperatrice, your third place finisher in the red cap, is going to come over and force the number 2, Lady Lawrence, to check in the white cap, right there. 1 comes over into the path of the number 2, Lady Lawrence, forcing her to check. Here's the head-on again. Third place finisher Soul Imperatrice has been disqualified in the red cap for drifting out, continuing to drift out right there, causing the number 2, Lady Lawrence, to check, thus the cause for the disqualification. Official in the finale. In and out of the winning circle was the 4, Dr. G and Alley. 3-year-old daughter of Bustin' Stones out of the Bellamy Road Mare Overdrive is a New York bred owned by William D. Hart Sr. and Life is Good Stables, trained by Linda Dixon. Andre Worry, the winning rider. $2 double, pair of 4s, 115 even. $2 exacta, 4-8, 144 even. 50-cent try, 482, 83 even. 10-cent super, 4-8, 2-1, 44 even. 50-cent pick 3, 344, 141 and a quarter. 50-cent pick 4, $586.75. 50-cent pick 5, $3,670 even. Nobody pick 6, 5 of 6, $33.50. Pick 6 carryover of $908.79 into Monday's card. That's when we will see you next. Live racing's over for this afternoon in the week. Casino's open until 4 a.m. Carry over in the pick 6. Your PPs are available at fingerlakesgaming.com. Courtesy of Equibase tomorrow night after 6:30. Free DRF PPs for the month of June on Mondays. If you're a DRF member, head to drf.com. First post Monday for the 8 race card is 1:15. Until then, on behalf of the broadcast team, staff, and management here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, I'm your track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile. Thanking you for joining us this afternoon. Please arrive home wherever you're going safely. Have a great night.